Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Lots to dissect here. We have the indices down across the board because yields and the dollar are absolutely ripping. Small caps are getting slaughtered, down 1% already in the pre-market. The reason the Qs are up is semis. Semis are gapping up today on complete strength, completely making NVIDIA more overbought. I'm looking at fading SMCI continuing to build in. I still have runners from that 599 levels on Friday. Still have an SOXS position, which I actually am looking to add to. So we had an average yesterday or on Friday of around that 511. And I just added here at 497. 497, I did add to my SOXS day trade off of that level, which now brings the average down to 503. 503. And basically, we'll see if I'm still holding that meta short as well. That's slowly coming down a little bit. We are in the money now about $2 from that meta position. That meta position we held short over the weekend via day trade. Our average on meta, you can see here on the 10-minute chart, was sitting at this 472. You've actually triggered potentially a head and shoulders pattern that looks to be playing out. I do expect the markets to fall here, especially if this dollar holds near the highs. You can clearly see on the daily chart, dollar's having a continuation breakout move of that inverse head and shoulders. You do have the 10-year up 2.4, 2-year up 1.44, so that spread is narrowing. Long into the yields curve are actually pumping pretty hard today. But I'm looking at continuation fade on SMCI. NVIDIA is also a good opportunity on a day trade. I think we could see potentially this gap up of 3% be faded on NVIDIA. So look for that. But NVIDIA is gone extremely parabolic here. To chase it up here is rather dangerous on the long side. All right, so we'll see how this market opens. We have the SPY and the NVIDIA chart up. We'll be opening up in a few moments here. All right, markets are open. Good morning, Sarfraz. You have NVIDIA coming in just slightly. SMCI is trying to push up above pre-market. You have NVIDIA coming in sharply. Look at this down move on NVIDIA, guys. It's coming in sharply. SPY's coming in hard here. Semis are still acting okay. All indices are negative. I still have NVIDIA up 2.5%, Apple up 0.8%, Microsoft's gone negative now. We have the SOXS trying to firm up. So let's look at that SOXX position. So we added at that 497. It even went lower here. Next ad level on SOXS will be around this 489. So if we hit 489, I will add again to the day trade. Again, our average, we are out of the money, but SPY's coming in here. NVIDIA is still holding. I think we just have to pay attention to NVIDIA because it is the leader at the moment. SPY's still coming in. Qs are holding up. Russell's having a complete breakdown here. Big wick up on NVIDIA. Massive wick up on NVIDIA. You have Apple trying to reverse. Meta's still seeing some sell side pressure. All right, a big buy the dip is coming in. Dollar's still curling up though, guys. You have SMCI. NVIDIA. All right, guys, I'm short NVIDIA here. 685.90, 685.90. So we're short NVIDIA here as a day trade. Qs are starting to come in just a little bit. Still have SMCI pumping up. Seeing weakness in Amazon. Meta's still continuing to flush here, guys. So we are riding our Meta down, META. So I'm still liking that one on the short side. Hit that. So first downside target has been achieved. Second downside target I still think hits this 466 area. But indices are trying to get a small bounce here. Small bounce. Let's just keep paying attention to NVIDIA because NVIDIA is still surging. Up now 4.19%. Seems like NVIDIA is curing cancer these days. Pushing up. All right, guys. I just added there at 690.02. 690.02. Tesla's down a couple percent. Amazon's down a couple percent. Apple's still holding up. Next ad level on NVIDIA is going to be this 694.50. And then above that, the fourth ad is going to be 699. Pierce of 699. S&P is still struggling. It's still negative. You have the Qs that just went slightly positive on the session. So Qs did go slightly green. SMCI making a new high. SOX is coming down. All right, guys, I just added to my SOXS day trade. Just added to my SOXS here at 486. 486 brings our average down to 496. So we're still out of the money. All right. Again, NVIDIA is still the strong horse. Again, the yields and the dollar breaking out, we have to really respect that. That's a huge breakout on both the yields and the dollar. That's going to yield downside in this market. It absolutely is going to yield downside. You're just having a few individual stocks in the tech space still propping things up across the semiconductors, but things are really, really overbought in the semiconductor space. Absolutely gone parabolic. And it would not shock me to see some sort of a big bearish reversal in the semis. You know, NVIDIA is obviously still waiting the long-awaited earnings report, but the expectations going to this earnings report are going to have to be huge. You know, for NVIDIA, just the daily chart on NVIDIA is absolutely wild here. It's just literally gone parabolic. Since we broke out of this 496 move, we've gone absolutely parabolic on the charts. So NVIDIA is the big name to watch at this point in time. We are in the money now on our short trade. So let's see if we can see that firm up for us. Apple's still looking a little bit vulnerable to going lower here. Meta's now at 466, so a huge win on our Meta trade. I'm still holding short. You know what? I might end up rolling some profits out of Meta here. All right, guys, I just took a little bit of profits off of a half position on Meta there. Covered at 467.15, still riding the rest of the half down. So we took a nice little profit target, 467. I'm still going to ride the rest of the half down. So it's a nice little day trade from Friday. Let's keep our eye on our NVIDIA trade because that one is starting to come in. Qs have flipped back to the negative side. Russell's down 1.5%, getting slammed to the downside. Qs SPY new low of day. So this is where it gets interesting. Google's pushing up hard here to anticipate. Tesla's near the lows of the session. Still appears to be coming in very hard. In terms of the sectors, in the pre-market, you had every sector red. A lot of commodities included. The only sectors that are green are XLK and XLV, but I do expect those to potentially fall lower here. SMCI. Guys, I just added to my SMCI day trade short at 608. So I just added at 608. So that brings up our average here on SMCI to 602.92. NVIDIA is still trying to push up here, diverge from the market, single-handedly trying to push things up. Dinosaur in the house. If anyone thinks S&P is not going to peak over 5,000, God bless. Yeah, I don't think it's going to peak. I think we're near the top here. You know, you've had the mega caps report earnings. You've had the good reactions. Obviously, NVIDIA is the last one standing. But when you've had almost 2 weeks of upside going to earnings, the shoes are set. You know, it's big expectations for NVIDIA going into earnings here. You know, their earnings report is set to commence only around February 21st. So still a ways away. But look at NVIDIA. I mean, you've had now 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of straight upside. It's certainly a little bit long in the tooth, but it is what it is. It's still continuing to push. Meta's still falling. Google's pushing up. Microsoft's curling down here, guys.
Spot puts are $12 a contract. Off 2/3 in both positions. Got stop set.
The Qs just made a new low. We're actually going to look at the Qs because it is the strongest indice right now. And you can see the Qs are breaking this little bit of a wedge pattern. You'll have some support right in this 426, 427 range. You have that EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. Bigger drop coming into the Qs now. We do have some data, employment data coming out here, I believe. Let me just double check to see what is coming in 2 minutes. Sorry, we have the services PMI and the non-manufacturing PMI. So that could be influential for the dollar. So 945 we have the services. PMI consensus is 52.9. And then at 10 we have the ISM non-manufacturing. So that definitely could be influential to the yield market. It absolutely could be.
I'm going to take, just going to have a better look at that.
Meta is still selling off pretty hard here.
Good work, everybody. Down to runners on SPY and Qs.
SPY's trying to get a bounce here. Dollar is trying to make a new high of the session. You have gold down 1%. Silver down 1.6. 10-year still up the most, up 2.46. And really what's going to take this market the next leg lower is NVDA and semis waning. But there's a lot of sectors down right now. You do have semiconductors holding firm. Just want to take a look at the semiconductor market. So right now you have a lot of semis green. Intel, AVGO, SMH, SOXX, Taiwan, SMCI, all ripping here. You have Ambarella down, Okta down, Qualcomm slightly down, ASML down. ONON is the big one on semiconductors, is up 10%. So it's breathing a little bit more life into the party. And I still see a lot of weakness in this market. A lot of weakness. In terms of some of the high volume names, Amazon, Tesla, Apple trading some high volume. You have Plug Power down another 7%. Volume seems fairly light today. Pfizer getting hit on the downside. Lucid's down. Google's up firmly here. Bitcoin's up. Crypto stocks are up. Coinbase is actually down 3.7 surprisingly, and Mara's down 3.6. But you do have Bitcoin up nicely. Intel's about to go negative. JP Morgan's negative. JP Morgan, I find whenever that goes negative, it likely means the market's going to follow. So, I mean, I expect a little bit more downside to occur. Natural gas is down. Oil's down. Tesla's getting rocked. The dollar is taking a little bit of a breather here. So it is allowing things to firm up.
I don't like where Apple's coming into right here. It's 200 EMA at 185.72.
Microsoft's still curling down. Meta's getting a little bit of a boost now.
Yeah.
What day is this?
Semis are still acting well, trying to firm up even more here.
Okay, but you said there's more data at 10, right?
Yeah, manufacturing stuff.
So that services PMI did come out, came out slightly lower, which is why the markets are pushing up a little bit here. Dollar's taking a breather, yield slightly lower.
NQ still has a 10-minute candle by candle long. No reason for me to stop out quite yet. Only down a few points in the half position. We'll see if we can break session high here now. Looks like buyers holding 700 for now.
I can close all the rest of my loans here up to 2,500, and that's for the day, Maple Daddy.
Nice, brother, nice. Good job, Max.
Maxwell.
So we're still short SMCI, long the SOXS, and short NVIDIA. The Russell 2000 has triggered a bearish head and shoulders pattern. Downside target today could take you all the way to roughly 190. 190 on the charts. But things are trying to firm up here.
Oh my gosh, that's what a shame. I actually never did.
Yeah, actually, it's true. He never did. He had to sign it on my Irish wife account.
So during COVID, my wife, like, 'cause I don't know, I never got one yet. The last time I had a membership at LA Fitness, they had like the key things. So during COVID, my wife went and canceled both, and then she got like an email for another plan, and we always went together anyway. So I never, and hers came with like 3 guests. So I'm like, all right, we'll just do that. I never got the email, so otherwise she would have done it if I didn't. But between her and Max, I never needed to sign up. I'm ready to if I need to.
So we really just said it.
All right, so semis are now taking a breather. Decent decline in NVIDIA, Meta new low, Microsoft new low, Tesla new low, Amazon new low. So we are starting to see some things come in. IRBT coming to the target gave you the other day. Let's take a look at IRBT. I'll pull that chart up. IRBT.
Nice work, AJ.
What? Nice work on what?
Yeah, it's coming lower. I still have a buy range around this 1130. So nice. Keep your eye on that. I'm actually going to put an alert because you can clearly see it has this little bit of a beautiful parallel channel it's coming into. So this is like a potential buy range. Nice spot there. It's down 4.6%. I'm just going to put an alert here around this 1130, 1140 zone. Very interesting. Very interesting as it bleeds lower. Very oversold, but things can definitely get more oversold. Let's look at the SPY. Actually, we'll look at the QQQ daily chart since we're into the semiconductor shorts. NVIDIA, we're in the money, coming in nicely. Look at the Qs fall here, guys.
Hey, man, don't trust a foreigner for music.
Okay, I'm in Google 144 puts for Friday.
613 added to the SMCI short, still holding an SOX long, SMCI short, NVIDIA short, and riding Meta down from the previous day trade. Our average on SMCI is sitting at 607.68. 607.68. So we are out of the money.
Microsoft and Apple both start to catch a little bit of a bid. Only a little bit.
NVIDIA is still just trying to consolidate here.
Wow.
Dollar's still firmly strong. Yields have firmed up since that services PMI data. We do have more data at 10, so in 8 minutes. So the first data showed a little bit of weakening in the services PMI, which lowered yields slightly, lowered the dollar, and now you have the potential ISM non-manufacturing data that could push things in another direction. The manufacturing data has actually been showing weakness across the board, many different states in the US. So we'll see if this shows weakness or not. Again, in terms of sectors, you only have 2 sectors green, actually 3 sectors green now. NVIDIA is still a powerhouse. It's pushing the Qs up here. SMCI, new high of day. SMCI is ripping up 6.5%. Excuse me. Your first level of support on the Qs is around 426.60, 426.40, around that zone. A lot of red on the screen. A lot of red on the screen. But SMCI and semis are still firm, holding and propping this market up. Google's acting well. All right, guys, I just added to SMCI 619.90. 619.90. That is my final add on SMCI to a day trade. 619.90. So you have the VIX falling here sharply. You do have the VIX falling. And again, semis are still acting firm. Qs are trying to hold here and bounce. Still have all indices negative, but semis are firm across the board. SMCI have 7.5. A little bit of a short squeeze continuation in SMCI continuing.
Would play metal. The contract here is so fucking thin. But you can go on for a full dollar already.
All right, NVIDIA just had a big pop there. We just added at 694.50. 694.50. Big pop there in NVIDIA. Huge volume off of that pop, making a new all-time high on NVIDIA. Hey, Nareesh. Good morning, 43,000.
What the fuck am I supposed to do today?
It's Nudie Magazine Day. There's so many cool things I'm supposed to do today.
You have AMD now turning negative. AMD has turned negative. I'm going to look for a put option on AMD. I am going to look for a put option on AMD because that one's showing relative weakness when the semis are actually ripping here. So I'm going to look for... Guys, I'm going to take a 175 0 DTE put. 175 0 DTE put. Basically got filled. We're looking for a move to 175.
I just guessed.
So 175 0 DT put on AMD. So we'll watch that closely. Let's see NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still trying to push higher here.
Oh, now I get it.
Wow, Roblox is getting murdered.
DWAC 43 plus coming. DWAC is strong today in a little bit of a weak tape. Right now, DWAC, where's my DWAC chart? Where did you go? Oh, up 7%. Yeah, that is very strong. Very, very strong.
So wait, it's one game and it's gotta
No,
go.
it's basically like I don't know how to explain it. The kids I used to babysit for a couple years ago, they would play it every day. Basically, there's like thousands of games that people make inside of like it's like a world, I guess. And yeah, stuff like that.
Eli Lilly's strong in the healthcare space, breaching 700 here.
Considered here with data, we're not closing over the golden zone here, 493.39 for the longs. We'll see, we got 30 seconds.
Which data is this?
So we have the ISM data coming out here, guys.
And Fed's Fool Beats giving a speech. More like Fed Fools Be. Am I right?
Yeah, baby. And that meta, you could have got a dollar move there.
All right, dollar just shot up there off of the data. Probably means it's coming in hot. Take a look at this dollar move, guys. Boom, look at that candle. Spiking yields, new high on the dollar, guys. New high on the dollar. If this spike holds, it's going to push things down. It should push things down. Still have tech holding up. Really, small caps got slapped off of that dollar push.
My SPX chart is not zoomed in. It looks like it. Oh, no. My bad. I'm sorry. It moved.
Semis are still holding firm.
I'm still gonna wait another 30 minutes for sure.
Man, we can't lose this 30 level SPX or touch 30 down.
Solar stocks are under pressure. Copper stocks are under pressure. Things that are performing again are in the semiconductor space. Tyson Foods, Estee Lauder, Catalent, Eli Lilly, AbbVie, Caterpillar. So there is some strength in this market, but still the majority of the sectors are red. 189 incoming on Apple. I don't think so. Naresh. Today, no. You're actually putting in a 10-minute bear flag on Apple. Look at the yields, look at the dollar. I mean, Qs are trying to retest, I think, this 426, which is going to make it very difficult for Apple to hit there.
You know what else was on phase? Google so far.
Bitcoin's selling off harder now. Microsoft's looking heavy on the hourly chart. Google, strong, Meta weak. Tesla's trying to get a little bit of a bounce, but really still at the lows of the session, piercing 182. You could potentially play Tesla at a double bottom. Double bottom on Tesla is basically around that 180.10 level, 180.10.
I'm actually green on my shares. You know, Google 146 calls are up 25.
Qs are still trying to test a new low of day here, while NVIDIA puts in what appears to be a 1-minute bull flag. All right, Tesla new low, Meta new low, Bitcoin retacking 43,000. Microsoft's now coming in hard. I'm seeing the VIX starting to creep up. Semis are seeing a little bit more weakness through the SOXS. That's starting to firm up just a little bit here. So we're still long this SOXS chart as the Qs are looking like they're coming down. Dollar's still punching. Look at this US 10-year yield, guys. Markets have to reprice. This rally was based on the rally that we saw over this last 2 months has been predicated on 6 rate cuts. 6 rate cuts. The yield market is now adapting to something new. The 10-year, the long end of the curve is starting to push higher here. So markets have to reprice, guys. Markets have to reprice. There's no longer 6 cuts that are being priced into this market. So what does that mean? That likely means indices have to sell to come into a new valuation level. You're having stocks at all-time highs because they are expecting 6 cuts, but that's certainly not happening. That's certainly not happening.
Could very well go to that 491 on the daily. That's previous highs.
So again, we're short NVIDIA. I got AMD puts on, 175 puts, which are coming up into the money here, guys. We have an SMCI short, which we're just slightly out of the money. My average on SMCI now, adding twice to it, is 614.67. 614. We're now in the money on NVIDIA. Our average is sitting right here at the 690 area. And as the stocks come in pretty sharply, we are basically now flat on that trade. Keep our eye on AMD because we took those 175 0 DTE puts basically all the way up here. So those look very, very promising. SMCI has had a blistering short squeeze. I would not be shocked if SMCI goes negative all the way back down to 579. Apple's trying to push up. NVIDIA is now coming in. Google's still firm. Meta's making new lows. Microsoft's making new lows on the session. Q's first support range is coming up here. We have a dual factor level of support. Not only do you have your previous little neckline, but you have this previous parallel channel, the top of the channel. If we extend this little trend line forward, there will be secondary support all the way down at this 424, 425 zone. Apple is curling up, so starting to push for Narish's 189 target, but the market's still heavy here. Majority of sectors are down. Meta's down 3% now on the session. ARM to 76 later. Like how late? This afternoon late, or a few days late, or later in the week, later in the month? How late we talking?
Goolsby said he doesn't want to rule out a March cut, even though they're never going to do it. I don't know why the fuck he said that. They definitely are not doing that. Trying to pump some stocks, huh? Seems like all that was.
All right, indices are trying to push up here. Tesla's still at the dead lows. I do have a long target on Tesla, a day trade long level. We will keep on watch. I'm not going to call it out yet on the stream, but it's below 180. It's below 180. Small caps are making new lows on the session. The Russell's reacting. So you have every single commodity reacting to the stronger dollar and stronger yield breakout. You have oil reacting, you have natural gas reacting, you have copper reacting, gold, silver reacting. But the equity markets, specifically around semiconductors and tech, is still holding firm, showing the saturation, showing the overboughtness. AMD is coming up into target, guys. Those 175 puts are almost in the money. So again, if you've taken that, we're up nicely on that trade. I still think that there's a great deal of downside to come. The semiconductors are way extended past belief, in my opinion. Many people think NVIDIA at 1,000. I think it has a pullback, but 1,000 is kind of the bullish upside targets you hear in what really looks to be a bubble in the semis. You know, if you think about where NVIDIA is trading right now, if NVIDIA pushes to 1,000, what would that do to other semiconductors? You're telling me that every single semiconductor is going to keep gaining market share. At some point, we reach max market share, and semiconductors will start fighting each other for market share. So the likes of AMD, SMCI, NVDA, they all can't keep pushing up simultaneously. One of them or a few of them have to start losing market share. So maybe everything's just losing market share to NVIDIA, but I think that NVIDIA is just overpriced right now and likely will lose market share in the next 12 months to a lot of these are almost in the money, getting a bounce off of that level right now as we speak, but Qs are still super, super weak. We are up on our NVIDIA trade at the moment. We're up on our NVIDIA trade nicely, about $4. I'm still looking for more. We're down on our SMCI and we're flat on our SOXS long. Indices are trying to bounce here.
The name of my wrist tolerance. I like to play to it.
Name of the game.
Come on, just give me 4930. Get this over with. It's such a simple. I don't want to look at the splits. They're got to be at least 100% better.
You now have the Qs down 0.3, Russell down almost 2%, and the SPY down 0.43%. And NVIDIA's up 3.7, Apple's up 0.95. Weakness in Microsoft down 1, AMD's down 1.1, Tesla's down 3.5. You have Meta under a lot of sell side pressure today, down 2.7. Amazon's down 1.6. Google's up 1.85. DWAC now pushing 45, up 10.42%. Massive move in DWAC. Oil's down 0.6. We're seeing now AMD bounce, but NVIDIA faltering. If NVIDIA pulls all the way to the gap, that may mark a potential high pivot in this market. If NVIDIA goes negative or flat, that could be the sign of the market topping out. It's been the bellwether stock. NVIDIA is now coming in sharper here as we speak. That's helping our SMCI short. That's helping our SOXS short.
Apple all the way back up.
Apple's pushing to Narish's target. I stand corrected, Narish. You're almost at your target. Nice call out there. You're about $1 away from Apple hitting 189. You're about $1 away. Qs are still weak on the session. SPY is still weak at the moment. Apple's now testing a high range red bar reversal. If you can get a 5-minute close above that, it's looking definitely a little bit more bullish. But semis are now breaking down. We're now flat on our SMCI trade. We are flat on our SMCI trade, in the money on our NVIDIA. And I'm going to ride these down. I'm going to be greedy. I think semis, you could see them reverse and go negative. Dollar's still consolidating at the highs. Dollar is still consolidating at the highs. All right, Apple's fun. We're seeing a little bit of near-term rejection now.
Yep.
What are you looking for there? Because I'm like watching it kind of on a higher time frame, on the daily. Daily's looking super interesting to me now.
So take a look at this this little intraday double top zone on Apple. The high pivot here was just above 188.20. And we are starting to come in just a tad. NVIDIA, we're up nicely on that day trade short. SMCI, we're flat. AMD is almost at that 175 put zone. So I'm still looking for more on AMD. I'm seeing bearish consolidation in the Qs right now. Microsoft making new lows. Tesla challenging that double bottom low. Meta's at 461.60. So still a lot of weakness creeping in to this market. And you still have some bright spots in the semis, but I'm seeing now XLK just went negative. So now you have only XLV positive on the back of Eli Lilly. Those AMD 175 0DT puts just went in the money. So right now the prudent thing to do is to secure profits. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. You know, you could take half and leave runners, but I'm going to leave the full position on just because I am seeing NVIDIA falling here. I do expect a little bit more downside in NVIDIA, upside in the stocks. So I'm riding AMD down a little bit lower. And as we get deeper, we're in the money right now on those puts, but as it falls, that's when we start to bank tremendously. So I'm continuing to ride it. Maybe it's the wrong thing to do, but I am going to ride AMD a little bit lower here. And NVIDIA is into monthly chart resistance today. Monthly chart resistance on NVIDIA is today. SMCI pushing right back up. That one's got a high short interest, so it's making people nervous on the short side. Imagine if NVIDIA goes flat. It's up 3.5% now. What would that do to the Qs? You know, you're talking about a 3.5% gain. I wonder if NVIDIA's surpassed Google. NVIDIA's market cap is 1.68 trillion. Jeez. 1.68 trillion. Amazon's only 1.74. Google's only 1.81. Go figure. NVIDIA is trying to surpass Amazon. And you think about the revenue that Amazon does. I know people are saying, oh, but Amazon's not creating AI. It's not really participating in the whole development of the future technology. It just creates, you know, a lot of revenue through its services. But Amazon's revenue is massive. And you look at the market cap on Amazon compared to NVIDIA's revenue. I still think it's crazy. I think this time next year, NVIDIA is going to be a lot lower than what it is. All right, so our SOXS chart pushing up nicely. We're in the money on that trade, so beautiful job if you're taking that. You can see the Qs are hitting some first level of support now, but since we put in a bear flag here on 5-10 minutes, we should go lower. Semis are pushing, still riding that AMD put. That's actually working out really nicely here. Still riding an SMCI short. That one's a tough bastard. I mean, look at this thing. This thing is just into the stratosphere itself, up 7% today in a weak market. Jeez. Crazy gains in SMCI. All right, NVIDIA is bouncing here just a little bit. So I think it's important to realize that NVIDIA broke out here of this trend line and now has faded, given up the break. I expect a retest and then a rollover. You basically just put in a wedge pattern here on NVIDIA and you broke down. Excuse me. And AMD's down 2% now and falling. New lows. All right, guys, I just took some profits on AMD. There, and I'm going to ride the other half. So I closed half of that, and I just took profits on AMD. Beautiful fucking trade. That was sublime. Sublime trade. What a trade. So now we can just manage NVIDIA and SMCI. SMCI is still pushing higher here. Our SOX is in the money nicely. SOXS is in the money nicely. SMCI is continuing to push. Now you have the VIX also spiking. You do have the VIX spiking. Apple's pulling in below 188 now. It's 187.50. Tesla new low. Tesla's hitting double bottom as we speak. But that's not the day trade long level, guys. Tesla's hitting double bottom as we speak. Getting absolutely crushed, down 4%. The selling is immense. In Tesla. Microsoft new lows. Google still holding up firm. Meta's weak today. Amazon slightly weak. Bitcoin's losing 43,000. Again, all sectors are red except for XLV Healthcare. AMD new lows. Netflix has reversed and given up the majority of its gains. Still watching NVIDIA fall. This market could be in for a lot of trouble if NVIDIA shows more weakness. Take a look at this hourly chart. We're now back inside this previous channel, which suggests that if NVIDIA goes negative, it could push the Qs all the way back down to 420. 420. That would be about a 1.3% decline. The Russell's already down 2. S&P's down 0.6. I wouldn't even try to chase this. They're gapped up semis because they have such a huge weighting now in the market, and they're now forcing this indices much, much lower here. Big decline coming into the picture. But semis are still strong across the board. AMD is weak, but semis are still strong. You are hitting some technical support here in the Qs. So this is really, it is a technical support level. I'm still riding my NVIDIA down, guys. NVIDIA is still up 2.73%, but it has faded from the highs. We're already up 1.5% on that short, so excellent job if you took that with us. Excellent job if you took that with us. Again, I'm just going to take this time to talk my own book. If you're interested to see how I'm trading, definitely visit tradingcapital.ca, where I run a swing trading and day trading service. I track insider buying and selling. There was some interesting insider buying and selling in the likes of Cleveland Cliffs. CLF saw a big buy program on CLF. Which is just stuck in a wedge pattern right now. This is a steel stock.
Dollar and TNX at highs.
Tesla's making new lows. So Tesla's now below 180, 179. I do have a long on Tesla, guys. Keep that on watch. We'll go for a long scalp on Tesla. Just keep that on watch. VIX is about to, the UVXY has turned green. Dollar's pushing for new highs. Which, what does that mean? That means likely the market's going to test new lows. NVIDIA is still selling here now, guys. So they roped in a lot of new long liquidity. Yeah, you do have to use Telegram to get my trades. That's the live price action. I occasionally update my my positions about every 2 to 3 days. But Telegram, you get the live trade alerts there, Mark. And then just turn on your notifications during market hours so you get those live alerts. SMCI trying to push up here. NVIDIA getting a nice little green candle. You can see we pierced the EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. On the 10-minute chart, the EMA 113 is sitting here at 425.59. So we'll keep our eye on that. All right, now Google is starting to sell off, and Apple. So if Apple goes negative, what does that mean for the market? Likely lower. Microsoft's down 1.25. Tesla's down 4.68. Getting a small bounce here on Tesla. It still didn't hit my long target. I still have slightly lower, but this is a huge support level on Tesla again. But it's a weak market, so I don't think we've hit the technical support yet on the Qs, the right technical support. Reason being, it's because you still have NVIDIA into the stratosphere. And I really want to see NVIDIA fall more before I start diving in on the long side. And if Google and Apple and NVIDIA start falling, that's going to really put a lot more pressure on this market. AMD down 2%. Those puts presented extremely well for us. Extremely well. Now we have SMCI weakening here. Potential little double top on SMCI. NVIDIA is coming for another wave of selling. You'll have some support on NVIDIA here at this previous low. But then if we take out this 677 level on NVIDIA, that opens up the door to now you're into this big gap window. The dollar's taking a small breather here. Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce.
Meta's pushing higher.
I expect this to get faded into, guys. I do. I've actually done a little bit of math, and based off of where we're trading right now, a downside target on the Qs today is about 420.50. 420.50 is kind of where I have a downside target priced in. That would be an extension move to the downside, and that would likely mean NVIDIA's gone basically flat on the session.
Actually don't like this Apple anymore. I'm going to sell it right now for break even.
Tesla's getting a little bit of a bounce now as NVIDIA curls lower. Is it secure? Yeah, Telegram is very secure in my opinion. I've never had any issues. All right, indices are trying to firm up a little bit now. Market coming down. It's coming down a little bit, yeah. You have all indices negative right now, but still strength in the semis. Yields, the 10-year yields up 3.23, 2-year yields up 2. So narrowing that spread, you have about a 30 basis point spread on the 10 and 2 curve. Gold's reacting, silver's reacting, copper's reacting. But just this unbelievable strength in semis are continuing to show their impressive might. AMD, we're still riding those 175 0DT puts down. We secured half in the money. That was a big, big trade for us. Riding an SMCI short. Pal's not speaking today. He spoke last night on 60 Minutes. He gave a little bit of a 13-minute press conference and basically told the American public, listen, I understand eggs, milk, all your consumer products are more expensive, and it likely is not coming down, which means that the Fed is not going to be cutting in March like the market has been pricing in. He also said he doesn't think there's going to be about those 6 rate cuts that the market is pricing in. And look what's happening to yields today, blasting higher. Now, what's been keeping this market buoyant and elevated, if you look at the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, typically the Fed balance sheet and the SPY have a huge correlation. That correlation over the last, 5-6 months has broken, where you have the Fed balance sheet dwindling, going down by about a 1.5 trillion, and you have the market just absolutely ripping to new all-time highs. That typically does not happen. So why is that happening? Well, the government deficit has filled basically all of the spots that are lacking. The amount of government spending that has occurred in the last, 6 months, from the Treasury being drained, Yellen, just overall, all of these aid programs, it's just been stimulating the economy in a different type of way. SMCI is still firm, still waiting on NVIDIA to head a little bit lower here. Again, we're putting in this bearish consolidation right underneath this previous pivot. Dollar softening just a little bit. Oil's weak. Oil's testing a pivotal area right now. It's really testing a pivotal area.
Yeah, I'm still just waiting here. I'm going to look for a spread soon as well.
Tesla coming down to retest that double bottom low. It is looking slightly vulnerable. You have the Russell down 2%. Russell's just can't catch a bid. And that's expected. I mean, the small caps are under pressure today. And that's because of yields and the dollar breaking out. The dollar is softening right now off of that data spike, but it's still super, super elevated. You're above the 100 daily moving average for the dollar.
Microsoft trying to bounce. Apple's trying to hold up as well.
Case flying keys, trying. Yep.
The VIX is starting to creep up again.
CBC just flipped bullish on spot. There's no higher low to play yet. It did flip. Could be a higher low hourly.
Oh my god.
Google.
Yeah, I highly misexecuted so bad on that Google trade. Entry and exit.
Google's now coming down. Tesla new low. Tesla new low. So now Tesla's into a buyable range here, in my opinion.
15 minutes.
Tesla is into a little bit of a day trade long level, but we are still trending lower here, which makes it a little bit vulnerable. I just want to see something on Tesla. I'm trying to find a couple other factors of support, levels of support here. There is a gap fill on Tesla, which we are actually trying to look towards. So gap fill on Tesla is sitting all the way at, what is that, 174.50. Actually, 174.50 could be in the cards today. Now, we may get a bounce before that, but 174.50, there's an old previous gap on Tesla, which is a previous support zone. It's been filled, but that's just an old gap where there was an old level of liquidity, and it does align with a previous support level. So I like Tesla on the long side coming up into anything below. I like to start accumulating a position at 176.36 and lower. It's super risky because the indices are absolutely weak. Still holding a long on SOXS, still holding a short on NVDA, and a short on SMCI. SMCI is kind of kicking our butt right now. Our AMD puts are continuing to go lower, so we did secure half that position, and it is starting to trickle down even lower here, putting in a bear flag. So AMD is still going lower. We took those 175 0DT puts, which are in the money nicely. We took them all the way up here off of this high pivot zone. SMCI is just a beast of a name today. It's just continuing to squeeze. NVIDIA still holding this level of support. All right, QQQ, a little bit of a bear flag forming. Likely means it's going to go lower. Apple's looking heavy. So Apple could not breach that high pivot of 188.40, and it is coming in now. Tesla, new lows. Google coming in sharply. Meta coming in sharply. Everything across the board. The Russell's actually got a
10% of all the time. That's rough.
Wow, Google, total decimation. That's upsetting.
That's getting smacked.
Yeah, that's poor execution. These contracts are really, really big now. Yikes. Watching PLTR and Roblox still.
Let's just take a look at these yields, guys. The 10-year yield is the most important, I think, in 2024. It's the most important yield to pay attention to. If you don't look at the 10-year yield, I think that's a big mistake. You can see the 10-year yield is now tapping that EMA 113. You're also tapping the neckline. If you get a breakout on this 10-year yield of this neckline here, again, you have a big upside target based off of an inverted head and shoulders. What does that mean? That means inflation on the long end of the curve is being priced in. It's being entrenched into the market. Inflation, if the 10-year yield breaks out, that's telling us that inflation on the long end of the curve is enrooted in our economy. And that's not something you want to see. Tesla did make new lows. Qs are getting a bounce here. You can see it through NVDA as well.
It's pretty weak bounce so far on SPY.
You should short the 10-year future. What is that, Mark, for a day trade? It is into resistance, the 10-year. So, I mean, in terms of a day trade short, you could get a scalp opportunity there. But full disclosure, I'm actually long the 10-year yield. Full disclosure, I am long the 10-year yield via the TNX. So I'm actually thinking yields. I'm bullish on yields. So sure, you might be able to scalp it short, but I'm actually long the TNX with my members. We picked up the TNX basically down here. What was it? I think it was, I believe it was 389. Let me just double check my position page. Yeah, so we actually went long the 10-year at 391. You have Chewy breaking down pretty sharply here. Oil also looking like it's trying to break down. This is the start of a potential 10-minute or 5-minute bear flag on NVIDIA. It does look like it wants to head lower, in my opinion. Let's go to this 2-minute chart on NVIDIA. SMCI, Netflix just made a new low and went trying to lose a huge impulse green candle. I do like Netflix puts. I'm looking at some of the contracts here. Just give me a second.
Weaker.
More of a short-term swing. I wouldn't do that, Mark. I wouldn't do that. I mean, that's what makes a market, right? You see one thing, I see another thing. I'm just going to let you know that the 10-year yield has the highest level of short interest ever in its history. So if something has the highest level of short interest in its history, that means most market participants are shorting it, which means that there's an arbitrage opportunity. If most market participants are shorting it, that's a huge side. That's a crowded trade. That's the definition of a crowded trade. And typically, from my experience being a contrarian, if you're in a crowded trade, it typically never ever works out well. And right now, I mean, you've had bullish reversals. You have the dollar breaking out. You've had the yields break out. You know, even if you look at the 2-year yield, so the 2-year yield is confirming a big technical breakout today. On the daily chart, take a look at that inverse head and shoulders. That's clean. That's as clean as it can be. Look at that beautiful breakout above the neckline. So if the 2-year yield is breaking out, that is going to force the 10-year yield as well. And the 10-year yield has actually triggered one head and shoulders already. You had your first one. This is your left shoulder. This is your head. This was your first little right shoulder. Your neckline runs across there. All you've done is back tested the neckline. So the first head and shoulders target has triggered. The second one, you're about to trigger it today. So I personally would not short this. You know, you are at resistance, but you've only had 2 days of upside here. And Powell just came out hawkish. He took away rate cuts. The market was expecting 6 cuts. You know, even down here, the market was expecting 6 cuts. I don't even know what the CME tool is forecasting now, maybe 3. But if the CME is forecasting 3 rate cuts now, you're at least going to have a move up to 4.33 on the 10-year. And likely even all the way back up to 4.6, 4.7. Look at NVDA, guys. NVIDIA is going lower here, making new lows. Now you're into gap window on NVIDIA. So this is where it gets really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. So that is working out exceptionally well. Again, please, if you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, check out the website, see how I'm trading. I did issue a couple new alerts to my members today. QQQ new lows. QQQ new lows. Take a look at our SOXS position, guys. That one's actually breaking and gone positive. So we have an average here at 497. 497. And take a look at that. AMD is crushed down 3.12%. Those puts are just flying, guys. If you took those 190 40 DTEs, sorry, 190 175 DTEs, you're banking. Look at this. All right, guys, I just covered some more AMD. I exited the full position down here. That's a huge, huge win. Still riding SMCI short and NVIDIA short. SMCI were flat. Still riding an SOXS long. And this is a hard sell side program now. Again, I would not be shocked if NVIDIA goes negative today. You're only up 1.8%. You're losing pre-market low now on NVIDIA. So that's super, super bearish. Tesla's coming up into target, guys. Tesla is coming up into target. I'm seeing the selling in Tesla abating, which means that there's accumulation happening at this low end of the range. And I'm seeing the selling commencing hard in the Qs through the likes of the semis and NVIDIA. We're now in the money on our SMCI, guys, so we're banking here. Talking about the actual bond, though, which, of course, is the inverse of rates. Okay, yeah, so, I mean, when yields go up, bonds go down. When bonds go up, yields go down. So when you say you're looking at a short on the 10-year yield, you're actually going long bonds. I called out the AMD here on the live stream, Fairweather. I called out the AMD on the live stream. I called out AMD puts on the live stream. So oftentimes I can't put the trade in because it's moving too quickly. So that's why I do the live stream. Sometimes the viewers here on the live stream get little nuggets that members actually don't. I enter a trade in the chat and it's based on that, okay, I can get in and my members can get in. I don't like for, my members to get in so late because then it leaves them vulnerable. Copy that? Good job, man. And honestly, I don't really, just to be clear, I'm thinking of shorting the actual bond. Okay, so if you're shorting the actual bond, then that means you're bullish on yields. You're expecting interest rates to go up. So it's important to understand that distinction. If you're shorting the bond, that means you're expecting the 10-year yield to go up. which is in line with what I'm thinking. And you have Bitcoin now selling off pretty sharply here, guys. Bitcoin is selling off. Look at NVDA Go, guys. We're up nicely from that area. I'm still looking for more. All right, guys, get ready to go long Tesla. We're going to be buying Tesla. At least I'm going to be buying Tesla. Don't know about you guys, but I'm looking at a long on Tesla. It's coming up into 174.50. That's the area I like. Reason being,
Right now, it does not look good. And to think also, so we've had higher highs on Qs here and SPY, and that divergence on the daily is just absolutely disgusting. And the highs are just gappy highs. It's not like a clean move.
okay, guys, Tesla's coming into target. I am looking for a day trade long on Tesla, guys. It is bouncing, but I like 174.50. I'm playing this conservative, but 174.50, we start accumulating a long on Tesla. See, it's already being front run.
At some point soon, and that's where I'd like to buy some dips. Nothing crazy, because I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the year with all these cuts, but I do want to buy dips, and I do want to play long once we get that dip. But day by day, you play long and put on what the market's giving you.
All right, so we're going to go long at this 174.50. I've got a 1/4 position. Divide whatever you're willing to risk on the trade by 4, and these are my entries. I've given you them ahead of time. Semis are bouncing here. Big bounce in NVIDIA. The VIX UVXY screaming higher. Bitcoin's below 43,000. You're welcome there, Mark. Hopefully that helps. You know, understanding the bonds and the yields is extremely important. Microsoft new lows.
Yeah, Tesla, that is rough.
Will you still short Meta?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm waiting. I mean, they could have flipped a candle by candle here. I'm red today. Tough day for me, even though price action seems pretty simple. I just didn't want to chase, and that probably was the move to do it after the data came out. So we'll see.
The Russell's moving up sharply here. Dollar did make a new high, which is what caused that sell-off. What's your target on the 10-year yield? I leave that target for members. I'll discuss it in my members analysis video. I do discuss it every day in my members analysis. All right, you can see Tesla's bouncing just before our level here. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I would have liked to scalp it on the long side.
But that Google short you had might be just be the start of things.
Yeah. Upsetting.
I know it's all good.
Yeah, it's $60 a contract right now.
Microsoft's still looking extremely heavy.
It could, I mean, at this point, it could just retrace that whole entire first candle. 142.80.
I'll let you know, Mark, my target is somewhere between 4.4 and 4.75 on the 10-year. And if we hit 4.75, the high end, yikes. Equities will not like that. Small caps will not like that. Dollar new highs, guys. The dollar just keeps ripping. The dollar just keeps ripping. And because we are now, let me just see this Tesla chart. Yeah, I still like this 174.50 zone as an accumulation point. NVIDIA had a nice big bounce, still riding SMCI short, SOXS long. Bitcoin selling off hard here. Bitcoin's about to go negative on the session. Go figure.
Yeah, I'm gonna start looking for a spread now. See what we have here.
Big divergence between AMD and NVIDIA and SMCI. Massive, massive divergence. Find that super fascinating. Hopefully everybody had a good restful weekend. Alright guys, so just a quick update. You did have the SOXX turn negative, despite NVIDIA and SMCI, two huge components still up sharply. SOXX did, so that's broadly telling us that there's some weakness in the semiconductors as of today, and that should be expected. I mean, you have the Q's down 0.7, Russell down 0.1, SPY down also 0.73%. SPY is now the best performing indices, so now you have pressure on tech. Mega cap techland is putting pressure on the market, along with small caps. The VIX is green, gold's down, silver's down, copper's down, oil's down, natural gas is down. Enphase down 7.7. Wow, what a sell in Enphase. One thing I wanted to look at is this KRE. Let's take a look at this KRE. They're probably getting slaughtered here. Yep, gapping down another 2.3%. I still remember looking at this level here, and we're into resistance, and boom, just been a sell-off. If you lose this EMA 113 on the daily, that's not a good sign. That's definitely not a good sign. I still think the KRE can actually come down and test this trend line again, which puts it around $40, give or take. All right, let's see what the QQQ is doing here. Daily chart. Actually, let's look at the NDX daily chart just to see how elevated we still are on the NDX. You know, don't be surprised if the NDX comes down. I mean, we could even have that gap fill on the NDX today. That gap fill, just with the strength in yields in the dollar and where markets are trading in relative to where the dollar is currently, this is I think we're going to see a big sell side pressure day. Microsoft heavy, Bitcoin heavy, Apple's still holding up, NVIDIA is still holding up here, SMCI holding, but there's a lot of market leaders, Netflix, AMD, Meta, Microsoft, all flipping negative. All flipping negative. This is kind of where I could see the indices trading to. This little parallel channel.
Fairly big news drops. GoDaddy's just enabled Ethereum-based
Dollar new highs, guys. The dollar is pushing for new highs. 10-year yields up 3.5%. Jesus, Murphy. Yeah, assets have to correct, guys. I mean, the yields are too strong today. Been working, but it was good 2 more days, and then I'm off for 7. Nice, man. 7 days off. That's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Hopefully you have some restful 7 days, or you might be doing some activities, but that's a nice chunk of time off. You can see the Qs putting in a little bit of a bear flag. Or sorry, this is the NDX. Putting in a bear flag, QQQ.
This could be another little weak bounce here. See.
Yeah, we saw a coin. Big price down there.
It's so big drop. I know. It's trying to do something now for me.
Trying to hold 117.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you love coin, if you love NVDA, you'll love it at these prices.
QQQ sitting on that EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart. You're into that oversold territory, but just like things rally still when you're in the overbought territory, things can still fall in the oversold territory. NVIDIA's firmed up here. Tesla's coming back down again, guys. Tesla is coming back down again. I'm seeing the VIX still creeping higher here.
That sits around 40,000, let's say 60. $40,960.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
Still interested in a long on Tesla, guys? I'm still interested in a long on Tesla, which I'm just going to pull up that chart right now just to show you that we are coming into that level of first buy zone.
As a whole, dollar tends to be the opposite.
Microsoft's down 1.6. Bitcoin again just looking super heavy. It's about to go negative on the session, putting in a nasty little intraday reversal candle. Apple's curling up, Microsoft's curling down. Meta's putting in a bearish consolidation on the 10-minute chart. Amazon's putting in a 10-minute bear flag. NVIDIA kind of mixed right now, still firming up here, helping the Qs from selling off quite sharply.
No, it's sideways day. Actually, it dipped. Essentially what we did today. 1,405 down to 42,500. So even slightly more damage. But honestly, with BTC, we're in range at the moment. So.
See, I was looking for a long queue.
Heading to Utah? Have fun, man. It'll be a nice trip.
Not like
Is that your first time in Utah? Probably not.
Do these bounces look like somebody trying to reverse this? You know?
no, exactly. That's exactly why I'm not trying to.
I'm waiting to see that impulsive bid up off that lower wick. You know what I mean? That just
All right, guys. High risk play here. High risk play on Walmart. I'm going to take a 167 0 DT put. 167 0 DT put on Walmart.
Shitty bounce like this, and it would just go lower. You know, so I'm like hesitant to do that until I see something really special.
Tesla's firmed up just a little bit. So I just took a 167 0 DTE put on Walmart. Walmart. WMT is the ticker. So we're looking for a move down to 167 on Walmart. You can see on the daily chart, Walmart's been super strong, just getting rejected today off of some resistance. I could see Walmart even coming back down to the 7-day moving average, which is sitting at 166.60. So we're just taking a put. That's just before that resistance. Dollars at the highs of the session. Dollar is at the highs. Bitcoin's still selling here. New lows on Bitcoin. Apple's firmed up. Tesla's trying to bounce some more. Let's actually look at the SPX chart. It's a little bit less crazy with the trend lines. Got my SPY chart on my other screen, which I'm looking at.
At this point, though, I might lean on a bullish sponge because we have had a strong move down, but I'm going to wait and see.
You'll have some support in the SPY at this gap fill, but really at 488.40 is your bigger area. Still interested in a long on Tesla, but it's putting in bearish consolidation. The problem with this long now, with the levels that we gave, so we obviously gave you these levels in advance, and this is kind of almost like it's being front run. But the problem with this level, this 174.50 now, is we've been bearishly consolidating over it. So I'm actually going to lower the first entry. I'm going to adjust some of these entry targets.
You know what's funny though? I did enter Apple puts. Hey, let's go. And those right now, well, not right now, but like I would have actually.
So instead of that 50, I just lowered it by 50 cents because I don't like that bearish consolidation that's occurring. Lower lows on the Qs, lower highs on the Qs, intraday. Still strength in NVDA, SMCI, Apple's holding positive. Microsoft being down 1.6, AMD down 2.93. We banked on our AMD puts, huge winning trade. Still riding an SOXS long, which we're in the money. Still riding an SMCI short, which we're actually out of the money by about, $3.50. And we are riding an NVIDIA short, which we're deep in the money on. So, I mean, we're well positioned here. We're in the driver's seat for most of our trades. We've already taken nice profits. Tesla's getting a firm bounce here. Qs are trying to bounce. So I think we're going to see a rotation trade. I think we could still see some QQQ components like Tesla maybe firm up, where even if we see money rotate out of NVIDIA, AMD, some of the semis in the coming weeks, some of that flow and that capital has to stay long the market, specifically long tech. You think about how money and financial advisors work. Most financial advisors only get paid commissions if they're long the market. They can't really tell their clients to short. Many of them can't tell their clients to short, which is kind of, in my opinion, a little bit of an ethical dilemma. But when you look at funds, long funds as a whole, most funds have been long NVIDIA, long semis because they've been pumping higher. If you think about it, if semis start to sell off, that's capital. That's a lot of capital that could be looking for other names. So typically that capital will look for stocks that are discounted in comparison to the NASDAQ and the S&P. And really, when you look at things as a whole, what's discounted right now? Apple, Tesla. Apple's pulled off substantially here, holding this 180, is it the daily 200? Yeah, it's been holding this EMA 113 on the daily chart, the 200 really well. So Apple relative to its peers and Tesla relative to its peers are kind of slightly more discounted in the near term. It doesn't mean they can't still sell off, but I think we could see capital rotate out of some of these crazy overbought semis. And look at AMD today. AMD has been a powerhouse monster. down 2.9%. So at some point, NVIDIA and SMCI are also going to have their sell side days.
Right. So when you have those intraday V shapes or those 3 o'clock,
I'm from Utah, but I moved back to Denver, Colorado in 2022. Oh, my aunt lives in Denver. I love the Denver Nuggets basketball team.
right? There's not enough
Jokic.
tracks me to leave.
Getting ready for work. Getting ready to move back now. Too many people.
Morning when they were out.
So you're moving back to Utah.
Now for me, my triggers.
You're moving back to Denver. Cool.
I want to see that retest and break up. Then that will give me a directional momentum.
If I travel to Denver and visit my aunt, is there anything you recommend me seeing, visiting, doing?
Hope that helps.
Baba swimming against the tide today, John. Earnings are Wednesday. Any thoughts? Yeah, so I did hold a Baba trade. The only thing that makes me skeptical about China stocks is that dollar, the US dollar. Now, it's interesting to see that Baba is firming up. There is a nice daily chart pattern forming at the lows here, which makes it more probable that we should see it. And we could see money rotate out of US equities. But this is a beautiful little inverse developing on Baba. Now, you haven't broken the neckline, but the fact that it's strong today in a weak market and it has yields and the dollar against it is actually a positive sign. You know, if you break out a Baba here, this implies roughly just about a 13% move all the way back up to about the high 80s. And then we'll reassess from there. But Baba chart, you know, I do like it because it is, on a fundamental basis, extremely discounted. Obviously, that discounted rate is taking into effect the geopolitical risk in China. You know, so I mean, that's certainly, and then there is obviously this larger inverse head and shoulders that everyone's been watching really since this March 2023. So almost a year, everyone's been watching this weekly inverted head and shoulders, and it hasn't triggered, right? You're still well below the neckline, well below the neckline. You know, even to just get a potential breakout test, you have to push all the way up to 105. So I think as a risk to reward basis, Baba is interesting at these levels. I do think that, you know, the risk is a little bit, I think the reward is favored on this at these levels. So, you know, obviously it's risky. I would love to see Baba come down and fill this gap. And then that's kind of the level that I would like to go long at. But I don't know, Baba just has a tendency to just keep going lower and lower and lower. But it is looking firm today, and it is, you're right, it absolutely is swimming against the tide. Baba's up nicely on the session, 3.26%. You know, so I mean, this one looks like it wants to press higher here. Excuse me. I was long Baba with members at this 70 level. We exited our position pretty much at the highs of the chart. Actually, sorry, we were long, I believe, here at this 77 level, and then we sold somewhere up here. Can't remember. It's somewhere on my position page. We're seeing Meta start to put in another little bear flag pattern.
Yeah.
But that regression trade makes sense. That we get maybe a 50% retracement of the down move. We're about 25% here.
SMCI pushing, NVIDIA pushing, Tesla's trying to push up, Microsoft's looking more bearish. A lot of sell side pressure in Microsoft continuing. But the indices are pushing up here. Let's look at the Qs here. Qs are pushing. NVIDIA also pushing right back up. Still unbelievable buying pressure in NVIDIA. We're above that support.
This is better momentum on this candle for sure.
NVIDIA is trying to break out here of a little bit of a intraday pattern. We are into some resistance here on NVIDIA intraday. You can see this low pivot zone.
Okay, I'm gonna try the long at Roblox, 39 calls Friday. It definitely looks a lot better here, and I'm setting up. I like the 5 and 15-minute looking like reversals. Divergence, which is also nice. So I'm gonna set up
One of the best performing stocks in the S&P 500 is EL, Estee Lauder. Eli Lilly's pumping, Catalent, and Semiconductor still pumping. Air Products, APD getting slaughtered, Tesla getting slaughtered, Enphase, Freeport, Carnival, Humana. Carnival, nice move down on Carnival Cruise.
I don't want to short the pop. Like, kind of don't.
Okay, this is just pulling back to the 9.
Yeah, it's because
So the Q's across the EMA 113 equivalent of this week. Such interesting. Oh, Jesus.
Hello.
an office.
The London guys.
Bro, is someone in like a corporate office right now? That's wild. But hey.
You see coin down 9%?
Yeah, rough day. That one, That's rough.
Broke the structure. Give me the pullback now. Come on now.
I appreciate all you guys. Got some new followers this morning. Thank you.
Let's go.
History of our firm.
Just hit 15.5. Should go brick by brick.
Denver's been winning a lot of championships since you moved there. Maybe you're the good luck charm, hockey and basketball.
He's fine.
Go see a concert at the Red Rocks. If you like the outdoors, go to Rocky Mountains National Park for sure. And you can hike 14 maybe too. Yeah, I love the outdoors concerts. That sounds pretty sweet too. Thanks for the recommendations there, Mike. Appreciate that.
Yes.
Hey, good morning. What are you doing?
Good. Oh, yeah.
With the green bubbles. Mikey got called out for having green bubbles.
Well, we love Mikey for it. Honestly, he's my favorite Android user.
Snapchat announcement, their news cutting 10% of their workforce, the stock. So this is an interesting little thing. There's a headline there that came out about at 10:20, so just about an hour ago, 50 minutes ago from Snapchat. Snapchat cutting 10% of their global workforce. So typically when a stock makes cuts to their workforce, that's actually bullish for investors because that means that their expenses in the short term are actually are being cut. Less expenses typically means more profit for investors. So investors love when companies cut jobs. So typically, most scenarios you see stocks pop off of workforce cuts, employment cuts. Snapchat today is actually down 4% off of that cut. So whenever investors start reacting negatively to what is usually a positive announcement, that typically means something bad for the company. Now, the company still has earnings to report on Tuesday, so we got to watch that closely. But whenever you see a negative reaction to what should be a positive announcement for the stock, that's kind of a bearish signal. S&P is moving up sharply here. NVDA is still stuck at this supply zone. But you can see the Qs have moved up nicely. Still a lower high in place on the Qs. You're into this resistance zone now. We'll see if we get rejected. Basically on the Qs, we're at the top of this parallel channel again. This was the channel that we were chopping in. And we had a breakdown, and then we had a break up. And now we're just mean reverting back to the channel.
We're concerned.
saving. We're just a little.
Excuse me. So I'm still short NVIDIA. I'm still short long the SOXS and short SMCI, and we're riding also a Walmart put. That Walmart put, unfortunately, is basically just flat on the trade.
Amazon is consolidating here. It's in a 5-minute squeeze.
Then this is an indefinite. That's all.
You're welcome there, Mike. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the support. Tesla's had a really big bounce. You know, we missed our level by about 57 cents. That's just how she goes sometimes. NVIDIA's still ripping. Tesla down 5.7. So honestly, what's probably happening right now is you're seeing all that liquidity from Tesla flowing probably into semiconductors. That's kind of what appears to be happening.
I got 10% here on SPY, not enough.
34 you get on NQ, I sold a quarter. I'd be a little
13 a column.
here just because we don't have the higher low. This probably feeds back into the 10-minute 90-20 EMA on NQ, which we're pretty close to.
Look at Apple on a 5-minute and look at W.
Microsoft is to participate.
Meta testing another day here. I would like to see those 10-minute 200 EMA. That's 455.16.
Yeah, I could definitely get slapped here.
Roblox is looking good for a curl here, Knox.
Yeah, I'm in calls looking for 39.
She's starting to curl. So I do like
Yeah.
the setup as well.
I really like that.
Ooh.
Yeah, so is Elf and Alta. Take a look at Elf. They have earnings tomorrow. And then Alta would be a sympathy.
How expensive are Roblox tons? I mean, she's crazy.
There goes Roblox.
Nice pop.
Yeah, I got some 40 calls here.
On the blocks?
Yep.
Yeah, it has earnings, so that's why they're heavily inflated.
Meta's making new lows, or at least testing the lows.
It'll probably be $80 instead of like $3.
Yeah, they're Wednesday morning. I expect it to retest the EMA 113, which is at 39.19.
Hey. Yeah, it's coming up. Just hit my first target here, 38.97. I'm going to take a small trim here and hold the rest.
Spot calls 55%.
Boom.
Boom. We're getting back over the 4930 level. I was talking about 15 minutes ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we break in base and hold 4930, as the day goes on, the longer we stay above 30, the better it becomes support, the better it will be shaped recovery.
Yeah, so I trimmed roadblocks there.
Sir, Q calls green.
I added to my Tesla 190s.
Data.org 40s for March are up 30 on
10-minute non-kick hitting on NQ.
There's an inverse head and shoulders on Datadog.
That's out.
We're up 40 points here on NQ. Please raise your stop loss.
There we go. You can get to 40. Alright, we might just made a higher high. Probably a little bit.
Yeah, I think everything's gonna pull back right here.
The fuck is that? Little slap there. What ticker is this? I see.
Bear flag on Google 5 minutes.
Whoa. Ticker T. Ticker TSLL. I see a shitload of salt flow. Which is a leveraged Tesla. I see 1273 calls, a crap load of them. Like I'm talking about, I don't know, 3 mil, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. On TSLL in specific?
Yeah, which is the leveraged Tesla ETF,
That's super interesting.
right?
Why would they put it on a day? They're really trying to slap it then. Put it on the TSLO. Interesting. Candle kind of getting slapped on the spot. I'm using CBC risk, so 5-minute close below previous candle low. I'll be out. I'm not going to Roblox set up a little bit there.
It needs to get over 39 there.
Yeah, she just needs that momentum to build. Yeah, I had a feeling it was a little too good to be true on SPY, but let's see if they buy that trend.
No, they needed to do this little dipper.
If we get that closed out, I'll stop out and maybe answer later.
Darn it, we're losing the 3 now. Come on. We're still hovering around it, so let's see what happens.
Really? None?
All right, just a quick intraday update. We are seeing the Qs pull back a little bit, hitting this resistance trend line. If we look at the 10-minute chart, sorry, that's the NVDA. If we look at the 10-minute chart here, what's that resistance we're hitting? That's your previous neckline. So if we actually go to the hourly chart, that's your previous little neckline of that head and shoulders that triggered. That target did play out, and now it is at resistance again. So watch that little neckline closely because it is starting to keep price action in check. Microsoft looks very weak. Bitcoin still looks weak. Meta putting in a 10-minute bear flag. Google curling down. You have Tesla, which had a phenomenal bounce off that 175 level all the way to 170, almost 178 at the highs. NVIDIA's starting to see some sellers. Amazon's putting in a 10-minute bear flag. Microsoft just made new lows. So Microsoft is now down on the session quite substantially. Microsoft's now down 1.73%. Very interesting. Dollar still at the highs of the session.
Watch the firm.
I'll add NQ here and profit.
Let's see. IWM pushing higher.
Still holding long.
Watch CAT 330 call, CAT.
Watch IWM if it holds the 90 MA here on the 5-minute for a cup and handle.
A firm new high day.
Yeah, it does kind of look like that.
I'll be right back. I gotta log off real quick.
sold covered calls on PLTR for the shares that I own. $20 strike for Friday.
Ooh, I used BigBot today. Did it execute anything?
I should have just did it. It just did it for me. If not, it does it in a few minutes.
Let me see.
I took some SPX 49.15 put. Let's get 5-minute CVC. 5-minute CVC flip. So I wonder if they can push down to 491. Just a scalp here.
Ooh, it did not. It did. It opened up a spread on BAC and PLTR.
Okay, good.
Let's see what happens.
CBC trying to flip back bullish on SPY here.
As soon as I go to short.
I know, I hate that Maple. It's the
No,
worst
it's
when that
good.
happens.
It doesn't matter to me. It's all good.
If this closes, though, I might get back in those longs.
That PLTR one that you did, Casey? What were the premiums on it? Because obviously, because of earnings.
Let me see. It bought the 13.5s and sold the 15s. Puts.
What the 15s are.
Let me see. Premiums were 11 and 44.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good.
So Tesla's making a big move to the high side. Big move.
Come on, Tesla, push.
Slow.
I see a potential inverse head and shoulders on AMD and NVDA.
Robot's trying to get in the money.
In the money.
Yeah, it's on the whole market, really, the inverted head and shoulders potentiality.
Damn, if I got the put spread when I was gonna try it, kind of near the lows. They're 90% right now. Could have sold it. Did another one. Fook. He was trying to break out over the 427 and see if it happens. SPY would be 492.
Sounds like someone needs a little help.
Don't you know, bump it up. Yeah.
Just came out. Which one? Oh, it did. That came out early this morning. My bad.
Oh yeah, look at Roblox. Paying the money by a penny. The penny killer.
See you guys, I got cut down SPX. I think I'm done for the day. Red day
Calling
for
it?
me, but I'll be back stronger tomorrow. I'll catch you guys.
That's
in the
all
morning,
good.
okay? Peace out. Love y'all.
All good.
All good, baby.
Later, Maples.
Later, bro.
Don't forget about those cat 330s.
Yo, QQQ is ripping. And I'm so mad that I'm not in QQQ calls. I almost took them at 10:55 and I didn't.
Morning, dang dang.
Cup and handle on IWM looks good. I got a level of 191.25. Break above that.
So you can see the Qs have potentially triggered this 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. You've had Tesla firm up pretty sharply here. NVIDIA's also moving up here. I'm still holding short at the 690 area. We're up a little bit on the trade. But the indices are pushing up here because of the fact that the dollar has softened a little bit. Now, the Qs are still into this little bit of a resistance zone, your neckline resistance. So it's not out of the woodwork here. It's certainly not out of the woodwork. Still a lot of weakness in this market with every sector being down except for healthcare. Even the Dow, transports, industrial averages down. So don't expect this QQQ inverse head and shoulders to play out fully. I actually think maybe it's a little bit of a fake out. But at the moment, things have firmed up. Still have small caps down quite substantially, 1.74. S&P's down 0.5%.
This is the neckline, basically. It's trying to break out of, but I don't know if it can do it.
Yep, semiconductors are strong. Semiconductors are strong. I mean, it's on the back of that ONON. Semiconductors reported earnings that gapped up about 10% at the highs. We've also had upgrades come across the board from a lot of different firms, banks. So, I mean, a lot of people are upgrading semiconductors when NVIDIA is at all-time highs, SMCI is at all-time highs. You know, you've seen weakness in some other components. Remember, the SOXX did briefly dip negative today, but they are holding firm on the back of NVIDIA and SMCI. And I mean, just if you look at NVIDIA's move, you know, a couple $100 move, you know, heading into earnings, it's going to have a blockbuster earnings report to maintain this. And just think about the earnings reactions from the other mega caps, that were pumping up into all-time high prices. Google, Microsoft, they all sold off. AMD sold off. The only one that gapped up tremendously when it was trading near the highs, 52-week highs, was Meta. And then there was a headline citing, what was it, 13% growth in the semiconductor market.
Apple reclaiming Friday's high. That's looking decent.
So, I mean, there's been positive news headlines for the semis, which is why they're pushing some more.
Microsoft getting a pretty strong bounce from lows.
No. Rising. Down, fall. And if you think about how the market works, you're right, Dang. Or who commented about these semis being strong? Dang. Yeah, I mean, if you think about how the markets work, right? Most funds are long semis. So you have this huge concentration in tech. So to unwind and unload these positions, I mean, Powell just told us that markets are kind of mispriced rate cuts. You know, if you think about how many funds and hedge funds and people are long tech, you can't have everyone exiting the doors at the same time. So to unwind positions, long positions, and take profits, you know, since these stocks have run up so much, you have to rope in new liquidity. So you have to have these intraday bounces to rope in new liquidity so that funds can start executing sell-side programs. And that's what I believe we're in. I think we're just now in a phase of distribution. You have one of the biggest bearish divergences across the S&P 500. Last week, you had the S&P 500 make a new all-time high, but the Qs lagged. I never like it when the Qs are lagging the bull market run because that typically means that, okay, they're selling coming into the tech picture.
The sympathy to ELF.
So it takes a while to unload and distribute these positions. ZRX, so that's crypto plus 1% in 5 minutes. Goga. ZRX. That's a crypto. It sounds like a crypto ticker. ZRX USDT. Yeah, that's definitely a crypto ticker. Yeah, I'm not trading this. I mean, I don't even know what this is. I have no due diligence on this name. No touch for me. If we look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin's basically just stuck in its wedge pattern. Tried breaking out of the wedge again. If it can't break out here, it's probably going to go back to the low end. If you break the low end, then I have a downside target around 38,000.
SMCI, new high a day. Jesus, these $700 calls are printed.
All right, the DXY is trying to charge for a new high of day. So QQQ tried breaking out of that little inverse and it's failed. You're back below the neckline.
I'm going to sell that.
You're back below the neckline. So what that tells me is the Qs are going to see another sell side program here eventually, because now you cannot have a rising neckline. So that inverted head and shoulders has failed on the intraday chart.
I would put in a higher low again. I don't know if we can get over the neckline.
Are holding it. Not so much on Roblox though.
Yeah.
QTR just made a new low.
ARM.
Trade Roblox forever.
I see 7250 calls being loaded about 7 million.
And they report Wednesday, right?
Thursday, I thought. But yeah, one or the other. Yeah, we have $76 calls for ARM. Tesla candle.
With your MO, my goal for Romeo Jersey to increase activity on circulation and know that. Well, we're going to put a $22 to $30 valuation on that. Take over off.
Baba, the $100 calls for March 15th are up 10%.
CRM after seeing increased activity, go ahead, line your full points, initiate the executive cluster.
We might come and back test the bottom part of the opening range on SPY.
Arm is moving. Watch those $76 calls.
There we go.
Here we go. We got 45.
Yeah, right now I'm still short NVIDIA here at this 690 area. I think we could see some weakness in SMCI at some point. Also long the SOXS at 496. So we are seeing the indices trying to push back up here. Qs are moving right back above that neckline. Apple, Microsoft firming up, and Tesla firming up. I think SMCI at these ranges are a really good short trade as well. Right now it's kind of kicking my butt. I'm short SMCI all the way down here at 614.99. I am interested in adding. Actually, I'm going to add one more time up here, 630 on SMCI day trade short. 630. And that's the final add on SMCI. Brings us up to 620.32. That is the final add on SMCI for this day trade position. For a day trade position. Again, this 620.32 averages a day trade short position. Again, we're still short NVIDIA as well. Slightly in the money. Could have taken a whole host of profits when it dipped down here, but it's moving right back up. Also long the SOXS. Basically, we are slightly up on the SOXS, where our average is sitting here at 496 for a day trade.
I also like that CBNA $90 call for March 15th.
Sadly, lost a lot of stars. That's not good. It's having me hesitant. We're right at 15-minute 9. We're still not over it.
CAT Caterpillar broke the EMA 113. Let's see what she does.
All right, there's a nice pop on CVNA breaking out of that bull flag on the 5 minute. I think that is the new high of day, just barely. Yeah.
Higher high on SPY there. Want to see if they slap it though.
Yeah, I'm long Meta. I've been in these calls for a hot minute. I'm red right now. It's my last trade of the day. So if it breaks below 460, I'll cut it, but I'm looking for a pop back up to 464, 465.
Gotcha. It's just like, I know CBC is holding bullish right now, but this movement up is just, I don't know, I feel like it could get slapped down anytime. So I'm ready for it. In the meantime, though, we're going to be scaling out of our longs.
Microsoft's
Let's see
looking
about
good.
673.
Here comes Amazon. I think the squeeze is happening.
Uh-oh.
It's been in that squeeze for the last hour. Finally breaking out of the consolidation. The squeeze was upside, bullish divergence and everything. So let's see if she's going to go or just get smacked real quick and come back.
We're starting to slap this on SPY just a little bit. Made a higher high and then slapped.
Apple, bull flag breakout.
Let's see, this 15-minute candle's about to close on SPY, though. I want to see if it closes over the 15-minute line or not.
Here comes CBNA. Come on, red to green. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Tesla. Up 17% on CBNA.
I think Amazon's going to explode and I'm not going to be a part of it.
Affirm, new high a day.
Gotta follow my rules.
Damn. Sam the Mustard Man.
SMCI, new high a day. For those who took the $700 call strikes, they're up 70%. Let's go. Boom.
Damn, gummit.
You're ripping. 74, 78. Oh my God. Go, Johnny, go.
Apple popping up here trying to go test high of day over 180.
Yeah, Apple's with that W pattern.
Microsoft's trying to get a pop, too.
I sniped those calls this morning. I should have got back in again.
Yes, you did.
Come on, Apple. Let's see that high.
So Apple and QQQ gave the same 5-minute setup twice today, and it's both have worked out very, very nicely.
Keep low-key slapping him. Not super hard, but not yet. But the wicks off the top there.
All right, Mita, you broke out of the wedge. You got bullish divergence. We get a little bit of a pop, or you just gonna not do shit because it's lunchtime.
Watch ENPH here. For those of you in the $100 calls. Ooh. Big shit on NVDA.
Not a stick, but a stick.
forget about TSM. She likes to run too.
I think Tesla's gonna get a
Might actually be able to scale on SPY.
I don't know why. I just have a feeling looking at the
I need
chart.
20 a con though, not 10 a con. I need at least 20 a con to take the first little trim. I'm just not there yet. Nice pop though. We're getting over 15-minute 9, which means we'll likely need a retest of it at some point.
Whoa, that was a big volume candle on ARM.
Oh,
161,000.
SPY, a little slap there on the one.
All right, nice little pop on Meta here.
Yeah, I'm still in those.
Calls.
I'm still in those 470s. The thing is annoying me.
Dude, it's annoying the shit out of me. I'm in the 490s. Like earlier, I was looking at calls on everything: SPY, QQQ, IWM, Apple, and Meta, and they all got the pops except for Meta, and I was like, "What the shit?"
Better.
Amazon still looking really, really good for that squeeze to the upside. So watch for a pop to 170.
Mara? What's happening with Mara? Starting to pick it up a little bit. Coin popping. Yeah, it's trying. Come on, Roblox. Looking alright. Come on. Bye. Still sitting at 10 a con. I need at least 20.
Damn, I should have got those put spreads before.
What? No.
Let's buy 492.85. Maybe 492.75 actually.
Go Roblox. Fire on it. I'll take that. Spy. Come on. 10, 20 cons.
Yeah, Sarfraz, that was a tough trade on Tesla. We just missed it there by a few pennies. That's just the way it goes sometimes. At least we know we were at a decent technical support level. You know, it's still, even though you miss a trade and you see it bounce just before your level or kind of near your level, it's still good as a trader to get that confirmation that, you know what, the math kind of aligned up with where we were expecting a bounce. So can't win them all.
Come on, hurry up! I gotta pee. Which one's fine?
Wait, you don't wear a diaper?
A little bit of top wicks forming on the S&P 1 minute chart, but the markets have firmed up quite substantially here. The markets have firmed up quite substantially. Tesla breathing life, semis bouncing hard, Microsoft, Apple all curling up.
PEP, Pepsi, 172.50 call.
Almost there.
What I'm also seeing is oil trying to put in a little bit of a bullish reversal. Oil was negative. It's now turned green again.
Coming to that new high and that W breakout. Let's see if it happens.
Alta's right at the EMA.
Testing my clicker.
Alta's right at the EMA 113, or well, really close to it. Beautiful bounce there.
Oh, come on. Just big green sticks across the board. Hurry up.
Bull Tesla.
Go Tesla.
I might get a retest of the 15-minute 9 spy here. I'm open to. I'll be alright.
Amazon looking good. Apple looking good. Meta pissing me off.
At least we're on the same boat.
Hey, Meta.
Yep, Tesla is going crazy.
Affirm, new high day. Also, do not forget about MCHP. MCHP, the $90 calls for February 16th.
Thank you, good fellow.
You're a bad fellow.
Yeah. I'm red. This helps.
Apple new high of day. And
Well, I meant this.
Big tick on Affirm. Let's go, baby. Get our 4150s in the money. I also have the $75 calls for a firm for March 15th as well, which I told you guys about.
Let me go SPY.
Amazon, they're that freaking squeeze finally. Popping up here to 170. There we go. Apple going for the new highs. Everything popping except for Meta. That's what I like to see. I'll close this shit out here soon and go have some lunch call today.
Now, if you want to be a crack, this is a short zone.
Yeah. All right, new high. Apple.
Yep.
I put in an order to take a trim at 20 a con for SPY. Will it hit? Come on. I usually don't do that, but 20% on SPY here. I just need like another wick up. I'm gonna take my first trim. Come on. Watch him slap it from right here.
Man, Apple is freaking. Go.
For me out.
Oh, yeah. Mike, you still in those 190s?
For what?
Apple?
Yeah.
Nice.
I thought you meant Tesla. That's why I was asking for what.
Oh, okay.
Because I called the Tesla 190s.
Tesla's gonna get a freaking stupid candle here soon. I mean, it's already ripping up right now, but
I got filled at 20 a con.
1205 on Tesla was a buy entry for me for calls. Should have been in those.
Roblox is also popping.
If anybody wants to see a textbook cup and handle breakout, it's IWM. I told you about 30, 45 minutes ago.
So
This is a beautiful textbook chart setup of a cup and handle breakout right here on IWM 5-minute chart. Beautiful.
24% on SPY. Take another trim at 30 a con. I want to take a trim of Roblox at 20 a con. Not quite there. Almost. 244 a contract.
IWM running higher. Put in an order to sell some more SPY at 30 a con. If we get there.
Let's see.
I'm also going to put in order to take a trim at 20 icon on Roblox.
Oh, finally.
That Tesla doing you good, huh, Mikey? Good job on that.
Yes, sir.
That was solid.
That one and ENPH is not bad. Took it off the bottom there. God damn, Meta. Annoying little.
Oh, my man Champ watching the stream on his TV. Let's go. That's sick. Right, Spy, you gonna fill me on my order? Come on, baby. 124 contract. Come on. 94 cents. Let's get it.
Oh, don't you worry.
And Roblox. Yeah, we'll get it. And then Roblox, we're sitting at 237 a con. I need 244 to take my first trim. I think I'm gonna start doing that more instead of market selling. It will be easier when we get that that tool on Aries that'll allow us to just sell market even when we have a limit order in, and it'll cancel the limit order because it doesn't do that right now. But when that happens, this type of trading will be even easier. Here's Spy popping. Let's see, 117 per contract on the 493s. I need that 124. Come on. Still got the 200 EMA and pre-market lows to deal with though, so I'm not sure I'm gonna get filled on that, but we'll see.
Spy's almost there.
It's almost there.
Okay.
Oh. Decent morning though for me now. We're green. Chugging along, making some money. It's not super fast or exciting, but it's working. She's working.
For the listeners, there at the top of Spaces, you'll see my chart there. Meta's on the left, but IWM's there on the right. That is the textbook cup and handle breakout right there I was talking about. Bullish divergence on TTM squeeze, RSI, and MACD as well with the chart pattern that was bullish. So really, really nice structure there for this upside move on IWM. So hopefully the TEA on that helps somebody. Really, really nice pop here. It's ripping.
CI, 100 calls up 101%. Goodbye.
Amazon 170. Target just about hit here with that 5 minute squeeze upside. So hopefully someone caught that move as well. Same thing. It was just in a consolidation period with the squeeze, but TTM squeeze, MACD, and RSI bullish divergent ever since 10:30 this morning. So it was just a matter of time before it finally gave that move.
Bye. I'm getting a little tired up here, it looks like, but I'm still in. Roadblocks looking better and better. Just not a whole lot of momentum. Apple is getting some rejection. Pre-market high. Watching the trade on the TV is wild, bro. That shit's so funny. Champ just got me pulled up on the big screen, dog. Oh, that's too funny. Shout out Champion Vibe. If y'all aren't subscribed to him or following him on Twitter, you definitely should. Awesome trader. And like one of my close friends. Freaking love that guy. Kills it. Tesla, Mikey. Bouncy bouncy off the 9.
PTI hearing RBC out with a note regarding the Wolfen's takeover interest, that they believe Logic as a company could also be interested in acquiring APTI for Solidexer. That's Kilo Papa Tango India, KPTI, getting a pop on that.
Here comes MCHP. She wants that new high a day. Bod.
Shares of Carrier Farm hitting $1.36.
These $90 calls are gonna print. And we got.
It's probably getting instantly bought up, and that did.
Jordan. You remember this morning when Alpha was in here and we were talking about IWM and where I said I would long IWM?
Oh, where'd you say it was again?
190.
Oh, that was the low, wasn't it? Yep, it was. That was the low of fucking day.
I was like, IWM had relative weakness this morning. I was like, if it loses my put trigger of 191.25, it's going to flush down to 190. And that's exactly what happened. It knifed through that 191.25, flushed to 190, and then it reversed.
Yup. Fire.
Oh, come on, Spy getting bought up. He needs to give me this this limit sell. He needs to fill my order here. Come on. I need $5 more a con here. Come on.
Ripping. Spy should get a pop to the 492.75, and that's going to be a really, really big spot. Got 200 EMA on the 5 and VWAP right there. It's the or below as well. It's a great target for upside, a great spot to go short as well if it pops up there.
Come on, Spy. $3 more a con.
Amazon looking good. Google's gonna squeeze as well with Meta.
I'm also almost filled on Roblox. Another blip up.
Where is Roblox at now? Ooh.
I haven't trimmed Roblox quite yet. I'm taking my first trim at 20 a con.
What percent are you up on the contract?
5%, man.
Nice. Roblox contracts move really slow.
Yeah, I realized, like, here's the thing, like, a ticker like NVDA, Meta, Tesla, where the contracts move so much in dollar value, bro, I will be trimming half position at 12%. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I might be up 40, 50 a con. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it's, like, tough because I especially with options, like, you kind of need a bigger percentage, but that's more when I'm on SPY. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to trim SPY when I'm up 12% or something, you know what I mean? Unless I have a shitload of cons loaded. Like, SPY here, I'm sitting at 27%. And I still haven't taken a second trim. You know what I mean? Like, I need that 30 a con. So, like, when I trade those individual tickers, for the most part, that have that extra, like, that just moves so much more in dollar value, I don't give a fuck about the percentage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at that dollar per con. SPY, I care a little more about because, like, you kind of need that percentage. And roughly, the contracts I'm buying are almost like the contracts I bought today were $94 when I bought them. So they're about $100, which means every 10% or every $10 a con is like 10% basically. You know what I mean? So it's pretty easy to like gauge it.
Yeah.
Jordan, are you still in Roblox?
Yeah, bro.
Nice.
She's gonna bang.
Microsoft,
We'll
potential
see.
bull flags here.
I don't know if she's gonna bang, but we'll see.
And 170 upside hit on Amazon.
Yeah. Let's go.
What's up, squad? How we doing?
What's
Oh,
up,
wow, that sounds
man?
horrible.
You say you're doing terrible, or I sound terrible?
Dude, your
You sound
mic
terrible.
is trash. What happened?
Oh, wait.
There we go.
That's better. That's better. Switch to voice isolation mode.
Yeah. You're good.
Strange times.
Wait, is that how it?
We're
is that
long
how I
spot.
sound?
We're long Roblox, Evan. Long.
Bone and strong.
I
Stock
actually
market,
just
fake
put
news.
in some predictions on SPY, so everybody should definitely check out the prediction I'm about to throw up top in the spaces.
Nah.
As well as all the other predictions. We're fucking throwing out predictions all day on Predictogram, as most of you know. So check them out, baby.
I'm having a good day so far on the. Let me look.
Yeah, I haven't done much. I've been focusing more on trades, to be honest.
Evan is a very active trader.
Predictor scrammer. 1, 2, 3. I am 4 to 5 on 100%ers. The last one got me at 26%. So 4 to 5 is not bad. It's funny. The one that got me at 26% is the only one I really shared out and tweeted.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Let's see if we find some other opportunities I like.
I just threw that prediction up top, so if anybody wants to see my price target before it expires, it's up there, baby.
Nice.
Yo,
Did I get filled on SPY?
is ripping.
I got filled on SPY.
Let's go. Here's that target, 492.75.
No. Let's go, Tesla!
UBER, Uber getting the highs now 69.90, getting mentioned on CNBC, Uniform Bravo Echo Romeo.
Those in the over $73 calls. Payday!
I threw a prediction on Tesla.
Sorry?
Here comes the boom.
Alright, we got filled on SPY. Did we get filled on Roblox? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. I scaled out the majority of my SPY on that little second trim there, just because 30 econ, I'm back to normal size positions, so that's paying me pretty damn good. So, taking it. I'm going to take next trim at 134. These cons are at 128. I just put in a limit order for that.
Yeah, I made a prediction for Tesla. Ended up in the list above. Keeping it.
All right, I'll be trimming IWM here at 192.
How much on what?
Volunteer, and is that the close? I know it's an
I got filled on my
Yes.
scaled up limit.
It's gonna be interesting. I sold covered calls on it at $20. So if it goes over $20, which I do not expect, but if it had a crazy ass move like that, I'd be fine with it selling out and giving me that, or I make money on the premium.
I'm alone. PLTR for earnings, baby.
Frank, you can spot again. I honestly would not be mad though if we fell into like $15.50
Don't you?
or $15.
You shut your dirty little mouth.
Okay, so I called out the Tesla 190s earlier. I'm also going to scalp Tesla $200 calls.
Here goes Tesla. Apple,
Big volume just came in on those contracts.
Yep. Spy ripping.
I said, when else Sonos getting popular? And he asked November Oscar.
Everything ripping except for Meta.
SPY.
It's having a rough day.
God, it's in a huge squeeze right now. I'm just waiting for it to freaking explode.
493s are in the money here.
I know macro that Speaker Johnson said to stand up for standalone Israel bill. Should be named seed increase activity.
I like to hear that. Everything's ripping. That's fantastic.
Alright, here's that pop on Tesla. Maybe pop up to 182.
For Apple, should see an increase of activity, new highs for Apple.
On Tesla. Maybe pulling back a tiny bit as well. Just a tiny bit. this move continues, by the end of the month, NVIDIA is going to be the third largest U.S. listed stock. It's getting close to passing Amazon and Google. Interesting times.
Well, Roblox can just get a little pop. Come on. I want a trim. It's like $4 more a pop.
Yeah, nice little bounce off that, like a decent bounce in commons off of the 1055, 1035 low.
What's that, Evan?
Roblox. I'm looking at the chart.
I got it at like 11:40 your time or so. Actually, no, I was in it before that, wasn't I? Yeah. No, I got in this like 11:15 your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a decent point.
Yeah, I mean, cons move slow percentage-wise, but like dollar value, they're kind of juiced. So they make it a little bit better. So it's all right. Better fib is on SPY, which is back in the money here. Almost $50 a con at $1.44. The cons are at $1.36. At $1.44, they'll be $50 a con. $1.40 here. SPY popping. Ooh, dang. Come on. Roblox, you little fucker. Sun doing 101. We've been absolutely vibing on this stream this morning. Come on, 493s. Give me $1.44. And you got a holla. Come on. Microsoft hasn't even really kicked off yet, guys. If it does, we could pump a lot more.
CBNA, right to green.
How's the gamma today, Mikey, on SPY? Any negative, positive?
Oh, it went positive, severely positive.
Over $50 a call on SPY.
Mary's talking here. $465 in the breakout now. Scabbing away.
Yeah, Mikey, on that Carvana, I know I was looking at my cow watch that
S&P futures getting a pop here.
That Manheim used car index comes out, I think it's Wednesday or something. I could give some Carvana some volatility.
Oh, yeah, well.
I sold my last con on SPY for 93 at 60 a con.
How you guys doing in the SPY 492 0DTEs?
Go!
Just closed about 100%, baby.
Oh, yes.
The 491s are a big lead. RBLX, Roblox, out with a press release.
Jordan, were you trading it because you're new? You insider trading here?
It says introduced today our current real-time chat translation in 16 languages.
Wait, what?
Roblox
From the Berkeley X-ray on
No
BLX.
way. Let's go.
I think it's something that actually announced a little earlier, so I don't know if he's.
I'm still not.
Tesla, how we doing on those 200s, baby?
Still, baby. Come on, Roblox. Did you film me? Oh, it should have filmed me. First trim on Roblox taken. $28.
SMCI up 175% on those $700 call outs this morning.
What?
Paramounts, you're seeing a spike in activity. Papa Alpha, Romeo Alpha. Note headline buyer analysis. Begin talks with Paramount on BioBid.
Roblox is beautiful here. Whoa. I'm gonna look to take next trim at 30. 254. Oh, I might get that.
You all ready to see the sector updates? Hold on. Banks went to red. They're taking your money out of those banks. No rotation up here.
Damn, NVIDIA's looking decent too. T-Dizzle. Roblox testing Friday's low. Could get smacked here. I haven't ordered in to sell more at 30 a con. Let's see if I get filled. Either way, great day with Spot. Caught that move. I'm happy.
Watch CELH. $60 calls, February 16th.
FOXO, Foxtrot Oscar, X-Ray Oscar, 13D for Foxo.
FOXO. Watch the 35.5-cent.
There's a TD spikes for Foxo.
Technologies popping here. Foxtrot Oscar, X-Ray Oscar. Penny stock.
Give us the new high a day.
13D filing out on Foxo Oncology. Mate and Christopher Ward reporting a stake of 17.33%. That's FOXO.
I'm just continue to spike new highs FOXO.
Two 13D filings out today on FOXO.
Here comes your break. CHP, finally, new high a day.
That Tesla prediction up in the nest above did hit. Nice.
Let's go.
Not good for you though.
No, but I'm still
Oh
gonna
no,
cheer you
you're
on.
first. You're in first.
Are we? I was just gonna check.
Took back over.
We are by 0.1. Let's see. Did my SPY prediction hit?
This Christo's been going off this season. Already 223 predictions.
My SPY prediction that I threw up top earlier did hit, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Nice job, Christo, today.
I might be cutting roadblocks on the rest soon. To get a 10-minute CBC flip. Oh.
Green has been solid today. LFC traders back in the mix. I love to see it.
Let's go.
Dude, LFC, it's been a rough couple weeks for us. They've lost.
Taking a snap information note from the information. Reporting several senior Snap executives were part of today's layoff.
Oh, interesting.
493 is the top of the bear zone. I'm actually throwing in some predictions on SPY right here for the next hour. I'll throw them up top if anybody wants to see my price target. I just threw that hourly prediction up top. If anybody wants to see it.
Ooh.
Boom.
Yeah, take a look. Boom, boom.
Yeah, take a look.
Yeah, that update on the Snapchat one is interesting. That's not just low-level employees. There's a lot of there's a director of content, a VP of content engineering, a VP of platform partnerships, and higher-level people. There's been an overall theme for a lot of these mega-cap names of flattening the organization, so it's less people between the employee and the CEO, trying to make it 3 tiers, 5 tiers instead of 25. I can't say that's what's happening here, but I wonder if it is.
Yeah, I get you. Where's Frank today?
Okay, someone grabbed for it.
Probably take a Monday off, chilling. Someone said Jordan bear flag on SPY 30-minute. I mean, you can argue that, but really, would a bear flag be getting over the 30-minute 9 and 21 EMA? In my head, I wouldn't think so. Of course, we could reject the high day for sure. Come back down, but I think if it was a bear flag, we would have rejected a lot earlier.
Wait, Jordan.
Everybody looks at stuff different, so I don't know. You could look at it somehow from a different perspective and see a bear flag. I'm just not sure.
Jordan.
Yeah, that's good.
Are you live streaming or something? Is there somewhere I can see your screen?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. I'll throw the link up top. Yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, I usually say it pretty early in the morning when we get started with Spaces, but I am live on YouTube. Ooh. So anybody wants to tune in and actually see my screen, you guys can see the trades I do this morning.
Is there a chat on YouTube too? A live chat?
Yeah, there's live chat. Yeah, we need that on here. Great time. We've been having a great time with the chat. It's really nice because, on Spaces, I still give out the trades. It's everybody's on the panel. I can't detail every different step I'm taking, but
on YouTube, I can like give everybody the real rundown, like step by step. You know what I mean? So we've been having a lot of fun. Definitely, anybody tune in if you want. It's completely free. So tune in, baby. I found that tweet. I just put it up. It should be up there. If not, I mean, still DM me.
So when did the report come out?
The what report is?
The deal report.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's lease survey, the senior loan officer one. It's just whatever, but a lot of macro people do like to kind of gravitate towards that survey.
I see a bunch of 60. Yeah, I can't believe this. I see a bunch of $60 February 16th CVNA calls. Let's go Tesla.
Robots trying to pop it again. I'm in still. Opposition. Come on, baby. Got 10 cons. Want to take another trim. Tesla banging. Shout out Mikey. Mikey was all over that. Go. I'm really thinking about focusing more shares today. I think I am gonna have some tomorrow.
Yeah, with 190s and 200s.
Trades on CBC, and GOGO.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy candle on NVIDIA there, but it seems to be retracing. That's a hanging man candle, so it's retracing lower. But big bounce in the indices. All indices still are red on the session, but you have had a really big bounce across the board. I'm seeing oil firm up, so I don't think the indices are going to like oil. The fact that it's made a red to green reversal. Oil right now is up almost 1% on the session, putting a little daily bottoming tail. So that's going to not help the inflation fight, because oil looked like it was going to have a breakdown here, but it's now retracing. So we'll see if the indices actually make a little bit of a lower low. There's still lots of time in the trading session for indices to retest this low. Right now, you potentially have a potential lower high in place. You look at NVIDIA also potentially putting in a lower high. So we're going to watch this closely. The dollar has softened from the highs. It's still above the critical tightening zone of 104. SMCI is still a powerhouse. VIX is negative. You have weakness across Meta, weakness in Microsoft. Apple's firmed up. Tesla's firmed up, but still down quite substantially. Google's up 1.13, so it's a mixed bag of tricks here. All crypto stocks are under a lot of pressure despite the strength in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's holding on to positive gains at the moment, but it is losing 43,000. Right now, you have had some sectors firm up. You still have the majority of the sectors red, but you have technology XLK positive, XLE negative, XLE positive, and healthcare XLV positive. The rest of the sectors are negative. The worst performing sector is materials XLB, and then real estate XLRE, and then XLY, which is consumer discretionary. That's Tesla's and Amazon sector.
MCI 270%. Yo!
NVDA, notice FDA updates on drug shortages that Wegovy injection 2025 milligrams, 5 milliliters, limited availability with estimated shortage duration to be determined.
SMCI, bro, is ridiculous. I've never.
That's November Victor Oscar.
Hello. It's amazing. That is amazing, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Wish I had like hundreds of shares, but feeling for that. Roblox popping. Come on, baby. Give me a new high. New higher high. That's range. Come on. Get my order to fill. 10 more bucks to car.
Come on. 290. Let's go. 295. 300. Let's go. What a fucking, is she just going? Like the Energizer Bunny just keeps going and going. I'm coming to that. Can they stop talking about it?
Thanks, Mike.
You're very welcome. This thing tastes so good.
Come on, Jula. Everybody in my chat, bro. Mike, you have no idea. Really, relax. You're not on there, but it's so funny. Everybody in my chat, dude, they all scream, "Vamos!" in the chat. Come on, Jula, all the time. All the time, my chat.
It's a big thing, isn't it? Thank you. On the spy.
Get some water. We got everybody stay hydrated. Chat. I'll be right back. Some fresh water.
Hey guys, so just a quick update here on the markets. The S&P moved up nicely, the Qs have moved up nicely, the dollar has fallen from a high of roughly 104.60, now trading 20 cents lower. It's still on the daily chart, still confirming a technical breakout as of right now. It looks like it will confirm the technical breakout on the daily. Still have the majority of the sectors red, but really the market's being propped up again through technology. XLK. XLE is positive. Oil's made a beautiful, beautiful red to green reversal. That's not going to help the inflation front. It's still trading only at 73 bucks, but if it bounces here, you could retest all the way up to 77 and then potentially $80. So there's a couple targets. Apple's made a beautiful move to the upside, up 1.69%. Trading at 189. Tesla's still weak on the session, but had a magnificent bounce off of the lows. NVDA's still strong. Bitcoin's weak, looks like it's coming down. Meta's putting in a potential 10-minute bear flag that looks pretty much vulnerable and almost near the point of triggering. Naresh was asking about a Tesla upside target. I'm just going to go here. Sorry, Tesla end of the week target. So you can see that V-shaped recovery bounce off of the lows. Let's just go to the daily chart on Tesla. Tesla's putting in potentially a daily bottoming tail today. And you can see the channel of support that Tesla's into. This is a magnificent channel going all the way back to your previous 3 pivot highs, 2 major pivot lows. Remember, Tesla has triggered this head and shoulders on the daily. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. It's clear weekly breakdown on the Tesla chart. That's a big technical breakdown. I still have a downside target on Tesla of around the 140-ish area. Now, end of week target. Again, we're at a point where Tesla's so weak right now, and it's going to be difficult for Tesla to firm up unless the market stays strong. So I think Tesla's now becoming, since it's losing its Mag 7 status, I think Tesla's more or less now a market trade. You know, there's a lot of negative news headlines around Elon taking drugs, Elon forcing board members. It just seems that, you know, the negativity on Tesla is very, it's at the forefront right now. So I still think end of week Tesla could probably optimal target if Tesla had a strong push with the market staying firm and not really selling off. I think end of the week target Tesla could probably, let me actually just throw on some EMAs. Your 200's all the way up there. 150. Wow, your 20 moving average at 206. Let me just see this divergence. RSI divergence. You know, you could still come down a little bit here. Let's see where the 7-day MA is. I really think end of the week target is probably going to be your 7-day moving average, which is sitting currently at 187.30. That is a down sloping moving average. You know, if we were to hit that, basically from current levels, you're looking at a 3% move to the upside. So I would keep your eye on the 7-day moving average for Tesla. That's kind of my end of week target. Now, let's just say the market's just blasted to new all-time highs. Then I think Tesla can retrace all the way to 194. But my base case is retesting the 7-day moving average. And then at best case scenario, the 194 zone. Hopefully that analysis helped there. Again, I don't hold a position in Tesla. I do not hold a position in Tesla. But frankly, if Tesla falls, you know, if the market breaks down, Tesla's not immune. Just because it's oversold doesn't mean it has to bounce. You know, the weekly chart, there's still tons of room to fall in the weekly RSI. You know, you think about kind of a point that we're in now. It's very similar to what we saw here on Tesla, where the RSI stopped. You got a little bit of buyers stepping in, you know, right around this period here, a couple weeks of moving up into that weekly 7 moving average resistance. And then look, Tesla ended up going lower. So I think we're in this kind of a stage in Tesla where you've had a big oversold condition. You're seeing some buyers stepping in. Maybe you get a 1 or 2 week bounce here. but I do see Tesla still going lower to this 140 area. But end of week target, yeah, about 187, max 194. If you get a daily close above this 194.80 zone, you'll attack the gap. Did you hear any of that, Nareesh? I gave my Tesla end of week target. Just let me know if you heard anything. If not, I can go over it again. Good? Perfect. What is your end of week target? What do you think, Nareesh? I'm curious to see if we kind of align. $193.83 on Tesla. 193. So yeah, you're at the yeah, that's a decent target. That's kind of my bullish case for Tesla if it were to firm up there. But again, I think Tesla's now more of a market-driven stock. I mean, it still has the ability to diverge from the market, but I think it's going to be really depending on what the market does. And I mean, naturally, if the yields are breaking out here, if yields are putting in an inverted head and shoulders breakout pattern, that's going to weigh in on Tesla. I think Tesla's had the bad news, bad earnings, and then the bad fundamentals changing around the interest rates having to reprice is not a good sign. Hey guys, so we're just seeing a little bit of a sell program come into the markets here. Basically, I'm going to hold my NVDA short overnight, my day trade. We have an average of 690 here, so we are in the money. And I'm also going to hold my SOXS overnight. So we managed to net a profit on a couple of these trades right now, but I want a little bit more. Maybe I'm being greedy, but I think we could get a little bit more downside in the semiconductors. But we'll just see how things shape up. On that note, I'm going to end the stream here a little bit early as I have some other commitments. But thank you all for tuning in. Nareesh, thank you for some of your calls. And I'll take a look at Win after the bell. But other than that, take care, guys. Thanks all for tuning in. And members, be ready for another daily analysis video as we have lots to discuss in the market. You know, although the indices have had a substantial bounce off of the lows, you still have weakness across all sectors. There's a lot to discuss on yields. There's a lot to discuss in the commodity markets. I think it's very important to identify the fact that all commodities are under pressure, like substantial pressure, whether it's copper, silver, gold, everything is pretty much seeing some downside across the commodity space. So we have to certainly pay attention. And natural gas is slightly green here. You also have some pretty sharp movements in the Japanese yield market. So that's certainly important to pay attention to. Other than that, there's a lot of red on the screen here as I scroll through. It's just mainly, once again, some concentration. The capital is flowing into a variety, a small pool of names across the semiconductor space, which are insulating this market. But when you scroll through and you see that, again, majority of sectors red, just a few standout sectors in energy, XLK, technology, and healthcare. You know, something is brewing here. Something is brewing in the market. And I think that we could be seeing a big turn in the market at some point in time. You know, we are seeing a lot of strength from semis, which are the backbone of the market. But at how long can the semis keep this market up? You're going to need some broad market participation across other stocks in order for this market to try to charge higher. But again, pay close attention to those yields, pay close attention to that dollar. And when you look at how gold and silver have been reacting to the dollar, but really tech stocks aren't, that is telling us something here. And typically, you know, things can stay elevated across the tech space for a little bit longer than most people think. You know, the market is notorious for basically staying solvent and longer than you can. So it's the market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. So it's just a matter of not over leveraging yourself, accumulating at key technical levels, and trading smartly. You know, do not over leverage yourself in this market because the algos, the AI driven funds, the whole market searches for vulnerabilities. And when people are vulnerable in the market, it sniffs that out like no other. So it's not a bad thing to lighten up share sizes when you're going long or short. Obviously, everyone wants that grand slam hit, but consistency, slow, steady base hits, you know, smaller gains as opposed to large gains, definitely are able to build you that real sustainable wealth. And you can see a little bit of sell side pressure. Bitcoin also putting in some distribution here. Bitcoin, remember, Bitcoin was up pretty sharply in the morning and now it's down below 42.5 and selling pretty sharply here. But a big move in the dollar. I think that the rest of this week is going to be pretty volatile. You know, you do have right now, I believe the VIX is green. Nope, VIX is red. Sorry, I apologize. VIX is red. So again, the VIX is kind of not really reacting to the sell-off that is occurring in the market. Oil, again, turning green, trading above 72.80. DWAC up 14%. Still a lot of speculation. Semiconductors, though, are the bright spot. You're welcome, Starfriz. Good night. Thank you all. And members, definitely stay tuned for the video analysis. I will have it out a little bit later today as I have a couple of showings for a couple of my rentals. So I will be taking care of that before I dissect the market price action. All right. Thanks, guys, for tuning in.